Yeah.
This regular meeting of the Navasota City Council is called to order on Monday, the 11th of May, 2026 in council chambers. Let the record show all council members are present. Welcome and thank you all for being here tonight. We ask that you put your cell phones in the silent mode. And a reminder, visitors, please sign in. And if you wish to speak under visitors' remarks, fill out the form found in the foyer. State your name and address at the podium, as we must document all meeting business and remarks limited to 3 minutes. Tonight's invocation will be led by Pastor Mac Vaughn, then followed by the pledges.
Yeah, a little laughter never hurt anybody. Let's pray. Oh, gracious and heavenly God, we just thank you for the many blessings you continue to pour out upon our lives as well as our city. God, we thank you for the leadership that we've elected. We thank you for our city manager. We thank you for first responders. We thank you for all of those that provide services and support for each and every one of us. God, we just ask that your spirit just fill us all. May it bring forth a attitude of camaraderie, respect, kindness, and cooperation. God, it's all about you and not about us. And we thank you deeply from our heart of hearts of all that you have done in this city. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Item 3, remarks of visitors. First is Diana Westmoreland.
First of all, I appreciate y'all letting me speak as a visitor because I have someplace I have to go. For those of you who may not know who I am, Diana Westmoreland, I am the chairman of the Allen White Housing Authority, the low-income HUD housing here in Grimes County. We lost, as many of you may know, we lost one of our board members, Debbie Grimes, who's now moved away, which leaves me a hole. And with summer coming up and illnesses and potential there, it'll be 5 to 6 months before I get another board member in September. And I must have a quorum in order to do any business whatsoever and to write checks and things. And we spend quite a bit of money and we need a quorum. So I'm asking your indulgence tonight when you vote to consider possibly putting Mac Vaughn back on the board for this short time period until September. He knows the lay of the land and how the housing authority works. We won't have to train anybody or anything of that sort. And it would be quick and easy for y'all before you get applications and then renew it again in September, because I very, very much need a quorum. Questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Connie Clements? Or did you want to speak at that time on item 11? Okay.
Connie Clements, 300 Hillside Street, Navasota. I'm speaking on the item number 11 about the drive-through ordinance. And I just want to thank the Planning and Zoning Commission for considering that. I've been lobbying for drive-through safety for nearly 2 years now. And I just want citizens to know that our city does listen. People do listen here. And I do hope that the council will agree with that we do need safety in our drive-through restaurant lines and everything, so you don't get trapped and you can't get out in case of an emergency. And I do hope y'all will consider that and approve it tonight. Thank you.
Mary Stafford.
Mary Stafford, 608 Gibbs Street here in Navasota. Too often, we have elected officials in our cities, and we could even include state and federal here too, that sometimes possess a negative attitude toward everything they were elected to represent. They don't want to support, promote, or improve, just complain, tear down, and go against. But fortunately, Navasota has had a mayor for the past 20-ish years who is the complete opposite. Burt Miller is pro-Navasota. He supports and promotes this city, its staff, and its community. And this is why Navasota has prospered under his tenure. So I hope that tonight you will vote to allow Burt to continue serving as the mayor of Navasota. Thank you.
No other ones. Okay, item 4, consideration of possible action on resolution 832-26, canvassing the returns from the election held May 2nd, 2026.
Mayor and City Council, before you use the resolution to canvass the election returns, place the new one in front of you. It did not change from the unofficial ones that is certified by the election administrator. And according to the Texas Election Code, we must canvass the election between May 5th and May 13th. So we were within the time frame that we need to canvass it. They're all the same. They did not change from the unofficial count.
Move for approval of resolution 832-26.
Second.
Motion and a second by Mr. Fultz. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, item carries. Item 5, consideration of possible action on qualifying newly elected council members to place number 2 and place number 3 and administering the oaths of office.
Mayor and City Council, the Election Division gives us post-election procedures, and the first one is to canvass the election, which you just did. We must issue a certificate of election to the newly elected officers. They must fill out a statement of officer and then be sworn in. And so tonight, it's okay, I'd like to do place number 2 first and then followed by place number 3. And so if Dia Copeland can come up, please, and the judge.
Man, good day.
And then sign here.
Yes, ma'am. And this is a copy you can follow along in the visual administrator if you want to put it in there.
Okay. Say this and you don't. And then here, on this one. And if you would kindly raise your right hand. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, I, Dia Copeland, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of City of Navasota, City Council Member, Place Number 2, the duties of the office of City of Navasota, City Council Member, Place Number 2, of the State of Texas, and will to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of this state, and of the United States and of this state. So help me God. Thank you. Congratulations.
Right up in the tree, says I do solemnly swear or affirm. And it's an optional thing, you do choose it. You say, I solemnly swear, you say, and affirm. Or, and finally, big judge, okay, and affirm. Judge. That's good, because I told her the story. Yeah, come see me and sit up here now.
Make it official.
You come around
You are
here now.
now official city council person. I gladly hand the seat over to
This is my normal chair. I've been sitting in the same chair for years. Oh, Grant, thank you for keeping it warm.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Sir, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
I'd like to personally thank the city council a year ago, thinking of enough of me to step in and fill the shoes that needed to be filled. It's been an honor to serve the city of Navasota. Although I will be vacating this chair, I'm not going to be far away. I plan on still being involved in the different things. I love this community. I love the people, and I see great things continuing to happen. Thank you, guys. I enjoyed it, and we won't be far off. Good luck, ladies.
Congratulations.
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, I, Josh M. Fultz,
I, Josh M. Fultz,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the office
of the office of
City of Navasota City Council Member, Place Number 3
City of Navasota, City Council, Place Number 3
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and of this state.
and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Judge. Item number 6, consideration and possible action on the election of a council member to serve as mayor of the city of Navasota.
Mr. Mayor, I nominate Bert Miller as the mayor of Navasota, and I move that the nominations be closed and be elected by acclamation.
Yes, I'll second, since I would continue to serve if asked.
Okay.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Call for a vote, yay?
Okay.
Or aye? Or nay?
Nay.
Okay, I only heard two.
Nay.
Okay. All right, we have, so the motion fails. I'll consider another motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we nominate, that I nominate Joshua Fultz as being the next mayor of the city of Navasota.
I second.
Motion and a second for Mr. Fultz to serve as mayor. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. Consideration and possible action on the election of council member to serve as mayor pro tem for the city of Navasota.
Mayor,
Ma'am?
I think he has something.
Oh.
Yeah, well, based on that last vote,
Okay.
we'll need to switch seats or
Yes,
Mr. Fultz
okay.
will now take over as
You take over.
mayor.
It's all yours.
I first want to I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your years of service and dedication to our community. You've done an excellent job. I appreciate it. Our citizens appreciate it. I hope to be what you have done. Item number 7, consideration possible election of a council member to serve as mayor pro tem for the city of Navasota.
I nominate James Harris for mayor pro tem of the city of Navasota.
Second. A motion and a second for Mr. Harris to serve as mayor pro tem for the city of Navasota. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the item carries. Agenda item number 8, staff report, Mr. Hemminger.
Yes, sir, Mayor and Council. The Human Resources Director, Peggy Johnson, has some new hires to introduce and some years of service to recognize.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Peggy Johnson, Human Resource Director. I'm here to introduce our new hires for the month of April. And I would like all of our new hires to please come forward as I call your name, and then I will introduce you to the audience. Sarah Garcia. Jamarda Lee. Ronnie Portis, Giselle Martinez. Our first would be Sarah Garcia, was hired on April the 6th as our utility billing clerk in our finance services. Sarah has called Navasota home her entire life. So it's especially meaningful to serve the community as a utility billing clerk. During her downtime, she enjoyed cooking, spending time with her family, and watching baseball, especially the Houston Astros. So I'd like to introduce you to Sarah Garcia. Jemiah Lee was hired on April the 8th as our Public Works Administrative Clerk. She was born and raised in Navasota and has begun her family here. In her free time, she likes to spend time with her 2 children and shop. She says, "It's an honor to work in a town and serve a community where so many people plays parts in her upcoming." So I would like to introduce you to Jemiah Lee. Ronnie Portis, hired on April 13th as a police cadet in our police department. Originally from Chicago, but has been living in Bryan College Station area for the last 8 years. For the last 2 years, Portis worked for Texas A&M Police Department as a security officer. Hired on April 13th with the City of Navasota as a police cadet. Portis will be attending the next TEAC Police Academy in July, and he's married and expecting his first child in November of this year.
And it's his birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Birthday.
We have Jacia Martinez. She was born and raised in Navasota, and for the last 2 years, Martinez worked for the Grimes County Sheriff Office as a jailer. And she will also be attending the TEACS Police Academy in July. We'll give them another hand of applause, and we're glad to have them on board.
Yeah, I want to get my center. Here. 1, 2, thank you.
At this time, I would like to do recognition of service awards for our employees. Our first one will be Michael Mize Jr. Okay, Michael. The certificate of achievement is proudly presented to Michael Mize Jr., celebrating his wonderful 20 years of dedicated service to the City of Navasota. Michael began his journey as a police officer on April 24th, 2006, and his commitment and hard work led him to be promoted to investigator on February the 7th, 2008. Most recently, he stepped into the role of interim chief of police on April the 11th, 2022, and was officially named chief of police on September the 29th, 2002. We sincerely appreciate all he has contributed over the years, and I would like to present him with this certificate of achievement. That this certificate is presented in appreciation of 20 years of dedicated services to the City of Navasota. Congratulations. Congratulations. Next, it's an honor and privilege to present a 10-year award to James Simon III. He's not here. I would like to call his supervisor, Chief of Fire Department, our Fire Chief Jason Kokoski, to come up and accept this award. Mr. Simon, in recognition of his 10 years of dedication services to the city of Navasota. On March 10, 2016, he was hired as a part-time firefighter driver in our fire department. Congratulations, and give this to him. The next one is retirement. And this is really an honor and a pleasure for me to be able to stand before you and present to you Mr. Jose Cornelius. Please come forward. Congratulations to Jose Cornelius on 24 years of dedicated service to the city of Navasota. After amazing 24 years with the city of Navasota as our Assistant Public Work Director, he has decided to retire and turn the page to a new chapter. Jose has held many roles here at the city, including hired as a golf course laborer in the Parks Department on January the 21st, 2002, transferred to our heavy equipment operation on March the 7th, 2002, promoted to heavy equipment operator crew leader on December 15th, 2005, promoted to street superintendent on February 23rd, 2006, promoted to Director of Streets and Sanitation on July the 16th, 2015, and finally promoted as Assistant Public Works Director for the city of Navasota. We would like to say congratulations on your retirement and to enjoy your retirement. Special.
You want to go by yourself? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
You're going to read that.
We're gonna do that one first.
Which one first?
All right, we have a couple of proclamations, and I'm sorry if it appears I'm a little nervous. This is my first time to go through this, so I apologize for that. The first proclamation is for the Navasota Police Week, Peace Officers Memorial Day. Do y'all want to come up? All the peace officers that are here? Whereas each May, one nation comes together to honor the courage, sacrifice, and dedication of law enforcement officers. And whereas National Police Week includes Peace Officers Memorial Day on May the 15th, and a week of observances recognizing officers who have given their lives in the line of duty, as well as those who continue to serve and protect our community's dedication and courage. And whereas National Police Week is both a time of solemn remembrance and celebration of the men and women who serve with integrity and bravery every day. And whereas since the first recorded death in 1786, there are currently more than 24,500 law enforcement officers in the United States who have made the ultimate sacrifice and been killed in the line of duty. The names of these dedicated public servants are engraved on the walls of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C. And whereas the service and sacrifice of all officers killed in the line of duty will be honored during the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund's 38 Candlelight Vigil on the evening of May 13th, 2026. And whereas May 15th is designated as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of fallen officers and their families, U.S. flags shall be flown at half-staff. Whereas we are reminded that behind every badge is a strong story of service, sacrifice, and family. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, the mayor of the city of Navasota, proclaim May 11th to the 16th as National Police Week in Navasota and publicly salute the service and law enforcement officers in our community and the communities across our nation. Thank you. Next is a proclamation recognizing National Skilled Nursing Care Week. Do we have any nurses? Did you say? Well, I know we do. I've got one at my house. So. Sorry. The people that run the nurses, right? Yes, ma'am. Whereas the skilled nursing care centers throughout Texas will be celebrating National Skilled Nursing Care Week beginning on Mother's Day, May the 10th through May the 16th, 2026. This year's theme is Moments in Bloom, which highlights the meaningful moments that make up each person's journey in the skilled nursing care. And I urge all citizens to visit a loved one, family member, or friend residing in a skilled nursing center and spend time participating in various activities to celebrate. Whereas the administration is committed to quality health care, we take this moment to embrace the essence of the theme, Moments in Bloom. Let's join all the skilled nursing care centers, their staff, volunteers, residents, and their families and friends in celebrating this special week. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed as mayor of the city of Navasota, National Skilled Nursing Care Week, May 10th to the 16th. Excuse me, a week to honor the vital role of skilled nursing care centers providing and caring for and protecting the most valuable citizens of our community. Darcy. Go ahead. Next. I read your name if you'll come forward. Whereas the Navasota High School class of 2026 will graduate Friday, May 22nd, 2026. And whereas the Navasota High School has recognized the following students as the top 10 graduating seniors. Yeah, when I read your name, if you'll step up. Louise Cruz, valedictorian. Isabel Seal, salutatorian. Nancy Villegas, Valentin Castaneda, Kayla Flores, Julissa Nguano, Rihanna Rush, Celeste Cornea, Malaysia Jackson, and Jake Harper. Yeah, I just heard that. Now therefore it be proclaimed that I, the mayor of the city of Navasota, hereby congratulate and recognize these students as the top 10 seniors of the graduating class of 2026 for Navasota High School. The city of Navasota is proud of your accomplishments and wish you best for your future endeavors. Proclamation recognizing National Public Works Week. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Navasota. And whereas these infrastructure facilities and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, employees at all levels of government and the private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. Whereas it's the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, children in Navasota to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2026 marks the 66th annual National Public Services Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Now, therefore, I, Josh Fultz, Mayor of the City of Navasota, do hereby designate the week of May 17th to the 23rd, 2026 as National Public Works Week. I urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities and events and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions that they make to protecting our national health, safety, and advancing the quality of life for all.
Brian's back there. Come on, Brian. It's okay.
You'll be back anyway.
And Mayor and Council, next we have a CIP update from our project superintendent, Matt Julian.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Matthew Julian, Project Superintendent. Despite the recent rain events we've had, most of our projects are running along pretty smoothly. I did reach out to TxDOT last week regarding the road closure at West Washington and the railroad tracks at 8th Street. And they got in touch with the railroad company and tentatively scheduled for the first or second week of June is when they're wanting to do that closure. So thankfully school will be out, summer school will be starting up, and hopefully it won't affect any of our June activities we have scheduled. As soon as I know more information, I will pass that right along. The grant project on Foster Street, they're currently working on the sewer line on Foster right now. The goal is to get the sewer line past Mini Street before next week when the other grant project starts on Minnie Street, they'll be connecting to that sewer line. We're doing our best to keep that road from being completely closed down during construction, but given the width of the road and the amount of material being removed from the transfer of the sewer, we're having some difficulties doing that. We're still going to try our best to keep access at all times, but we may have to shift some things and limit just how much the road is closed to allow access to the homes and people driving through. And like I said, the next project on Minnie Street should be starting next week, with crews probably coming in the week after. And then a couple updates on our subdivisions. Pecan Grove has finished laying all their infrastructure. They're currently working on stabilizing the subgrade for the roads. And we did all the pressure testing on the water last week and hope to do the water testing this week to keep that water lane active. If you've driven by Altamira, they've been moving some material around, clearing some land, getting ready. They're currently running a water line from the water plant to phases 1 and 2, and they are running the sewer force main from Altamira down Highway 90. They are planning on doing phase 1 and 2 at the same time, and probably looking, throughout the summer. The Hidden Hills subdivision, they have one more phase that they're still trying to finish up the pre-planning and design phase, and we look to have that probably start sometime this summer. So a lot of growth about to happen. And that's the update for the projects. Do you have any questions?
Yes, over on Foster Street, is that road gonna be redone there?
Yes, once they're done with utilities, they will resurface the road.
That's part of the grant.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Cancellation of the May 25th council meeting, Mr. Hemminger.
Sorry, I lost my spot. Yes, Mayor and Council, so because of the federal holiday, Memorial Day, being the fourth Monday in May this year, that conflicts with our normal regularly scheduled council meeting. If you all are open to it, staff doesn't have anything pressing that can't wait until the first meeting in June, unless you would like to reschedule. Hearing no objection, we will cancel that meeting.
Boards and commission update. No updates. All right, reports from city staff or officials, calendar events. I was not prepared, so I do not have lists, but Taylor, do you have some?
Mayor and Council, this Saturday is our first Sounds of Navasota concert of the summer season. Mango Punch will be playing outside City Hall beginning at 7:30. There will be kids activities, including water slides, face painting, and more for kiddos, and food and beverage vendors out front. We also encourage residents and visitors to bring their lawn chairs and coolers, but music will start at 7:30. So we're looking forward to another great concert season on the lawn. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I had a couple of things.
Please, sir.
May 13th, the next Coffee with the Chamber is at the P.A. Smith Hotel at 9:00 a.m. A couple of things on the 14th, which is coming up this week. Let's see, from 3 to 6 is a car seat event at the TxDOT office out here on Business 6. And then that evening at the Baptist Church, the annual Crime Stoppers Awards Banquet. And that is at, I think the doors open at 5:15. Am I right, Connie? Okay. And you can come. They ask for donations. So the Theater Alliance at 2 o'clock. That's on a Sunday. And the 19th, blood drive at First United Methodist Church. 21st, I think the kickoff for summer reading is that, I believe that's right. And then down the way a little bit is the 23rd of May, the Railroad Street Market. That's become a monthly event now. And then also the Theater Alliance also has some camps in June, so you can go to Navasota Theater Alliance website and get more information on that.
Thank you, sir. Agenda item number 9, presentation and discussion on street evaluation and annual street maintenance project.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, Jose Coronilla, Assistant Public Works Director, until May 15. After that, I will be no longer be Assistant Public Works Director. So take it easy. So staff and I have been working together on this presentation for a little bit. There's been a lot of work put into it. This presentation actually, this assessment is going to help us not just today, but eventually to be able to have like a better way to pick streets. As you guys bring that to us at some point to have a little more input from you guys. I think there's a link. Will be a link on the website, so you can actually go in there and look at it. There's still a little bit of work to do. Like, it's never gonna be an actual ending. There's always gonna be updates. Angela Ingram, Matt Julian, Jennifer, they've been able to work on those. They're gonna be able on those updates every year. Every street that we do, it's gonna be on there the year that we do it, and so on and so forth. I'm gonna start with this street evaluation. If you wanna flip the next one a little bit, I don't have the wait. The purpose of this evaluation is to provide a general overview of a street condition in Navasota, the recommended method of repair, and the approximate repair cost. The street listed below were ranked by Nexco. If you remember, that was what Nexco in 2025. It was a great tool to start with as part of the comprehensive plan that they provide to the city. The rating was determined using photos taken approximately every 39 feet along each street, what was scored by a computer from the scores were determined effort. Like it was a little bit different than what we intended to do, because it was one block or one segment of the street had like different ratings. It was a different way. I know you saw those pictures. So what we did, along with the KTL engineering, and Ken Lassa is here if we need anything, we were able to basically have that segment in that, and we actually walk the streets, we run by the streets and give her an actual rank in all the streets. So the way we rank these streets, if they have a 20 or less, this street will take a full reconstruction. That means we have to excavate the base, stabilize the line, and then redo basically everything again. Fortunately, right now, this is only for new streets. We do not have any streets at this point that will take that, because it's gonna very costly. It will cost a lot of money to do it that way. At this point, basically everything else that have between 21 and 40, it will be reconstructed in place. That means we have to add 4% cement stabilization to it, to the base that's already there, and add 2 inches of hot mix. This is kind of where many of the streets that we are going to be presenting to you later is going to be. This is the work that we're going to be doing to those streets this year and hopefully next year. If it's 41 or 60, those are just the spot repairs. Some of the streets we can still save them because the base is still good. We can repair the spot and then overlay them. We have a few of those. You will see you can actually see those as we talk about this thing. 61 or higher, their streets are looking good right now. The way that we did this, this is kind of like an average price, like right now, of how much would it cost to do streets based on, if we're gonna do excavation, we're gonna do subgrade, we're gonna do base, with, like I was telling you earlier, 4% cement stabilization. This is crush base. This is the price of all that. It is gonna be a little bit of, once you see the presentation, I can explain to you all these numbers. This is for concrete. So concrete, to remove a concrete costs about $28 per square yard. Lime subgrade is $14, $75 for a square yard concrete with curb. And also we included a 4 foot of sidewalk. I'm sorry, 4-inch sidewalk. A lot of you guys know how we determine the areas, but public probably doesn't know. The areas on the north of Washington and west of LaSalle, we consider Area 1. Area 2 is the north of Washington and east of LaSalle. Area 3 is south of Washington and east of LaSalle. And Area 4 is the south of Washington and west of LaSalle. We put this on there because on the street evaluation, you're going to see a lot of these numbers on the side, just to kind of help determine which area each street's going to be. The streets that we are planning, as we discussed, with the streets that we plan to do this year, and there's a lot, obviously there's a lot of more than this that needs to be redone. But this is one that I consider to need to be done this year. And these streets are been on projects before, and then because we don't have enough money to do them all, we have to like keep moving forward on the next year.
I have a question on West Dixon Street, which is 9th to the dead end. Is that the dead end of the railroad?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, it really, West Dixon is that section that goes, it's in the railroad, yes.
Yeah, okay.
We're looking forward to probably on the next year. This is like a 2 years worth of streets that we're planning on do. If you guys consider to do this on the 2-year project, we do have a $500,000 in each project. I can say there's more streets there, and we can actually look at them on there's more streets that it can be done, but we have to start somewhere. And since these streets have been on these projects before, I would like to, consider to work on some of these streets this year.
I've got a couple of questions. I'm gonna first start off by asking a question.
Yeah.
I think we left it off last year, and we had to come back and do a budget amendment on it. No streets in the cemetery is proposed to be done?
Not this year, I don't think. Well, we do. We do have a budget for streets on this year's, yes.
So it won't, the streets in the cemetery won't be part of the CIP project this year?
No, those can be added, and I'm glad you bring that up, but those can also be added to the project because they pay separate from the annual street project. Those streets has a separate budget.
Okay.
Well, we can definitely do more, yes.
So the cemetery budget would be totally different from the CIP?
Yes, sir.
Okay, my question is, a lot of these streets here that you're proposing to redo is low traffic streets. You've got one that will spend $150,000 on it. There's only 4 homes on it. You've got one that is got one little small house on it and one unused mobile home. You want to spend $40,000 on.
So yes.
Let me finish here.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at is that, my opinion, is that we need to do the high traffic streets first. I know that every street in Navasota should be paved.
All right.
But and I hope nobody don't get offense of what I'm fixing to say here. As I'm riding over town yesterday, uh, we've got $400,000 homes that we've got bad streets on these homes. Then we go down these streets here where maybe we have one home that's maybe valued at $10,000 to $12,000, and we're talking about spending $150,000 on the street.
Yeah.
But one of the streets I'm gonna call right quick is you got I think it's Neal Street over there. You start from one spot going down, then when it's get really bad, you stop at that block and not finishing it is what you got proposed. But that's a pretty let's see what street is I'm talking about here. Beginning at Neal Street going down to McNair in North Judson. I mean, that whole street is horrible. And that's what we did last year. We started on streets and then we stopped at a certain location, Manley Street for one. We've got 400 or 500 yards over there that's horrible, that we started working around that loop, Woodrow Jackson, but we didn't go around by the baseball field. But that street is not even listed on here, and it's horrible, and it's highly traveled. So I'm speaking for James now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I really think that we need to go back to the drawing board on this, because we need to get the highly used streets first and then come down.
Yeah, and
That's
this,
my feeling.
yes, sir. In this presentation, that's for that matter. Like we have to bring something to the table at some point. So whatever you decide to do, we'll do it. Neal Street, Neal Street is, unless I made a mistake from where to where, but I'm pretty sure Neal Street, it was one of the big ones. Neal, Stacy, those areas because are really bad. And then it's also heavily trafficked. I understand that.
And I'm gonna say that beside of Washington and LaSalle Street, Church Street is the most used neighborhood street, and it needs some love and tender care.
Correct. But yeah, absolutely. Like I said,
that's my opinion.
And yeah, we respect that opinion, and I think that's what we do in the presentation. I mean, we have the Fifth Street, the truck route. It's not unheated, but it's in a bad situation.
Yes.
I wish we can do them all. I wish we can do like a 5-year presentation where we know exactly what 5-year or 10-year, but it all depends on how much budget we have to spend. But at some point, we do have a question from people, and then sometimes it is very difficult to answer the question to the person that have a $12,000 home compared to the $300,000, and they'll be like, "Well, why my street is not being done? I'm still paying taxes as well." So it's just one of those questions that are difficult for us to answer, because why is it more important the guy that has this big house, but then this one? They're all in the city limits.
Yeah, well,
and we just got to be careful with that.
Yeah, it's mainly I think what we really need to look at the use of the street instead of the street. And when you've got 10 to 15 homes on one street compared to 1 or 2 homes on another street, well, surely the 10 or 15 homes street should get taken care of before the 1 and 2.
Hey,
that's my feeling. I hope everybody else chime in on this and let's have a discussion on it.
I have a couple of questions, Jose.
Absolutely.
You referenced the Nexco survey from 2025.
Yeah.
How does that compare to the PMI survey that was done in 2025, as well of the streets that's being used for the comprehensive plan? So
It's the same. That is it. Nexco was a subcontractor under PMI.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
under public.
And is there a way to put up a map that shows that, and shows kind of the different sections and the streets that, to highlight the streets you're talking about? Because I think everybody in the audience would probably like to see that as well. And just, get a visual of it would help really to, maybe help address what the residents are interested in as far as street repair.
Oh, absolutely. We can definitely bring that back. Nexco did send us. We actually have a site where Nexco sent that already to us. It's a very large item to put in here. That's why we didn't upload it on it. But there is a website to look at all the streets. We can bring it to you. Like I said, this is just a presentation of what we think. and we'll love your input. Like, that's kind of what we're here for. So the more input we get from you guys, if you want to do more, we can definitely bring that to you and say, you know, this is streets that we're doing. I don't want to cut anybody's. I don't want to come back and say this one was not going to make the cut because we don't have no budget to do it. But we can start. We can start there.
You would do a sector, because you've got all the equipment and the materials and things located in one
Right.
area,
Right.
rather than skipping all over town. So I mean, I think that's an important consideration, but I do think, that a map might be really valuable to demonstrate to
Right.
everybody.
And,
Kind of
and,
where you're talking about.
and we look at it on this as well. Like all of these streets on area, I think all these on area 2. So like I said, that's why there's a different areas. You could work all over town, but you might get pay more for mobilization because they're gonna move to a street here. And then maybe the guy from Stacy say, why only Everett gets done, but not Stacy, which is right next door. So it's a little difficult to have like an actual street project and make everybody happy. But there's of course a lot of ways to do it, and we would like to hear from you guys of how we manage.
Well, Jose, I think one of the things that I have asked since I came on the council is that we use the population of that road to some degree. And so in driving some of these, I don't know that we looked at population. I mean, literally there was, a house on a whole section of road that looks like a road that goes through a pasture. I feel like we could probably do more with what we have. And so maybe we bring this back in a workshop with a map, and then be able to discuss it.
Absolutely.
I would agree to that because I'm not ready to make a decision on what's before us tonight.
Right, and we're, like I said, this is a presentation. We're not making any decisions. We will bring it to you with more streets. We will do that presentation. It won't be a problem, and we can bring it on the map, and we'll bring it to you guys.
I think what Josh said was pretty, well, both James and Josh. Can you add, maybe the population to the map, of those streets that you want to highlight?
Okay. That can be done.
That'd be easy to get, but I don't know how you'll do usage unless you get those little things that TxDOT uses, and you have to do it over a period of time. I think the number of homes that are on the street would tell you just about the same thing.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Especially if it's a dead end.
We can certainly do that, yeah. Okay. You have any other questions?
Look at some of the prices and street values or something.
Like I said, the more input we get from you guys, the better probably we can bring to the table. So we really appreciate everything.
And you don't have to worry about it again, sorry.
Yeah, you'll be gone.
Okay, you have what you need. Discussion direction. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 10, continue the public hearing from April 27th, 2026 on an order to repair or demolish the substandard buildings at 201 and 203 South Railroad, Navasota, Texas 77868. It's a public hearing, so we'll open it at 7:07.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, good evening. Did we open the public? Oh, I guess, do we have to continue the public hearing with timestamp? I guess not, right?
Yeah.
You did.
Oh, you did? Oh, sorry. Mayor, Council, good evening. Lupe Diosdado, Development Services Director. Just going to provide a brief summary and background of this particular item and this substandard building case. Some time has passed since the first public hearing, so we just wanted to provide a little bit of background and overview of how we got to today. And so really in summary, on April 9th, our code enforcement staff conducted an inspection of the properties. It's 2 buildings, 201 and 203. 201 is a 2-story yellow building. 203 is the 1-level red building with the facade. Some of the findings that were documented and included in the notice to Mr. Lester here. 201, the railroad, That is a two-story. The building is, of course, generally unsecured with openings and missing components, especially along the second-story window facing south Wildflower side. A lot of those windows are broken, and so, of course, that's allowed vermin and rodents and other things. Interior walls, there's not any. The floors, ceiling joists are damaged, missing or collapsed. There's some pretty significant cracks that it's likely structural, maybe not. I think an engineer is probably going to be the best to qualify that, but they're definitely of concern. Just over the weekend, we had some building parts fall, and Mr. Les, I will give him credit. He jumped on it, and they got those picked up and fixed. But that has been kind of a theme where the building is starting to look a little rough, and there's some things that are beginning to deteriorate further. The 203 Railroad, again, that one is fairly, I would say, unsecured. It has openings, doesn't have a roof, doesn't have a rear wall, and so again, that just needs a lot of attention based on adopted codes and standards. And so the applicable violations in accordance with Chapter 3, which is the substandard building ordinance, these are the elements that staff utilizes to determine if a building is substandard. Those are structures are liable to partially or fully collapse. Buildings have been maintained in violation of minimum building standards. Walls or vertical structure members are compromised. Supporting members are significantly damaged or deteriorated. Wall, ceiling, roof, or floor coverings are substantially damaged or deteriorated. And then structures are unsafe, unsanitary, dangerous to public health and safety, and may harbor vermin. And so kind of stepping back before this official notice, Chapter 3 outlines staff is to notify the property owners that their building has been declared substandard, and that is why we're here today. The case history before that really involved a lot of communication with code enforcement and Mr. Lester on, hey, the building needs to be secured, and as Mr. Lester mentioned last time, some of those requests were, or most of those requests were met, putting up some kind of barrier, boarding up the windows with plywood and door entryways because they were open to the public for some time. And so there has been a history of bringing those concerns and those being at least mitigated temporarily or to a certain level. But of course, the buildings are still in disrepair today. And so tonight, we're considering whether the buildings should be declared substandard and a nuisance in order to repair or demolish. Mr. Lester did provide the timeline for work, which is in front of you all. It's the long 8.5 legal sheet. The only comments that staff had, or for clarification purposes to Mr. Lester, is we would like at least all of those timeline items to be clearly marked as if it's for 201 or 203 or both. And the initial, which I think is line item number 4, apply and obtain shell building permit. For clarity purposes, we should just say it's a building permit period for building the structures up to minimum standards out of that substandard category. And this timeline, we did discuss even with legal earlier this afternoon. It does meet the qualifications of a timeline for potential more than 90 days if the council were to do so. Chapter 3 outlines that a substandard building has 90 days to repair or demolish unless the property owner can provide a timeline that's more, that justifies it taking more than 90 days. And this timeline does meet that standard. It extends the repair all the way to July of next year. And that's in summary. And all of these line items, again, we would just want clarification on which building it applies to make sure that when we're meeting those milestones, we know what they are. And with that, I'll leave it to Mr. Les if he has anything to add, or if you'll have any questions, or if there's anyone in the audience, since this is a public hearing.
As Lupe said, y'all asked for a timeline, and that's what we provided. It's very basic. It's not anything like a full construction schedule, but it does indicate the major milestones and what we anticipate happening. No illusions about it. Just like I told you last time, it's all based upon closing our construction loan. Every one of those dates is contingent upon that and is would be adjusted accordingly, move it up or back. Fortunately, I did get a call from the bank today. They are still considering, it's in their process. The question today was, do you really think you can rent space in Navasota for $1.80 a square foot? And because this bank loans to other people, and he said, there's some other guys getting $1 a quarter. My answer was they're just not charging enough, because it's definitely worth $1.80 plus, if you ask me. So I'm not too worried about that. I can't speak for them. That's just, I'm telling you that just to let you know that it's in process and we're not dragging our feet. What I want to do, when y'all called me down there here, if I understand the process right, I think I do now. Number one, I have apologies to make, because I asked people for specifics. What do y'all want me to do? Not realizing if I would just put my frustrations down and read your notice, it's very specific. You've already done that. So my apologies for that. But you have made it pretty clear that it's up to me to defend the positions. So I would like to do that, just one by one, the claims that were made, and try to address them. The building or structure is liable to partially or fully collapse. I don't know a building in this world that is not liable to partially or fully collapse. I would apply Newton's law of inertia. A mass will stay, that is not in motion, will stay not in motion unless acted upon by an outside force. We could get an explosion, we could get a bomb, we could get a huge storm come through here. There are a lot of things that could affect that building. But it's 136 years old. It's withstood the test of time. And it is not in any imminent danger of partially or fully collapsing. And there is not, unless there's somebody here more knowledgeable than me about it, and there may be an engineer here that knows this, but I don't believe there is. And I don't believe that building is imminently in danger of collapsing.
Well, just FYI, there was a building over on not Railroad Street, 10th Street, I guess it was.
Yeah.
On the corner there, that was made out of the same type rock and sandstone, and it did collapse.
One corner of it, right? And you're talking about the one across?
I believe it was 3/4 of it.
Across the square?
Caddy corner across, yeah.
I don't think they had to demolish it. It demolished itself.
Yeah, I
So, but
saw
anyway.
that. I didn't see it happen, but I saw it afterwards and went, wow. And guess what? It could happen.
Yeah.
But it could
Just
also happen
making
to
that point
any
based on
building
what you're saying.
on the street. And we are trying to take remedial, small things. I mean, we watch it. It's not like we've abandoned this thing. I had people over there this weekend cleaning out the stucco, looking at the bad places, filling it in, just making sure that it doesn't deteriorate further while we're going through this process. That's what we have done. I don't know what else to say about that. I fully just don't believe that building is in danger of collapsing without some major outside force.
What happened this weekend? I mean, this weekend that something was falling off the inside, is that?
Yeah, it was, Lupe said that, and I was kind of surprised to hear that. What it was when they did cleaned up the stucco a little bit this weekend, they had to take 2 boards down to get inside. And when they put them back up, it was raining and they didn't get them secured right, and one of them fell down. And I got word, actually the guy that did it called me and said that he got word, he sent a man over there and put it back up. It was not building pieces falling off. And that's addressed in other items. I mean, this is you guys' code, not mine. So I would like to just read your code and see if we are in violation of anything. So my statement is that there's simply no evidence that the structural integrity supports the statement that the building or structure is liable to partially or fully collapse. And I would just love to answer any questions from anybody that can say that they have evidence or reason to believe that that's going to happen in the near future.
So are you, let's see, are you disputing that the place is a nuisance?
Oh, no, absolutely. I'm not disputing for a minute that it is ugly as hell.
Yeah, you're right.
I am not disputing for a minute. I'm not up here trying to somehow arrogantly say
It
that
seems
we
like
don't
that
need to
you're
get
making
this
us
work
the
done.
bad guys when we just want you to get in compliance.
No, what I'm saying is I'm just reading the specific because I was asked to come here and prove to you that this is not so. Y'all asked me to do that, so that's what I'm here doing.
You can't prove that the building is not a nuisance. Let's just stay with right now, it's a nuisance and it needs to be straightened up or gone, one of the two. That's why we're here tonight talking about this.
Yes, sir, and I agree with you. We can define and we can split hairs on definitions of words. It's a nuisance because it's ugly. It's not a nuisance because it is liable to partially or fully collapse.
Compared to the other buildings downtown, it's a horrible building. It's an eyesore.
Yes,
And
sir.
you can sit there and make us look like bad guys all day, but at the end of the meeting, it's still a nuisance and we need it repaired or we need it demolished.
Sure.
You know, you're right, sir. I understand, but the way you're going with this, you're going, making us look like the bad guys. We're not the bad guys. We're just telling you to get in compliance.
Well, and I'm not a bad guy either, I don't think. What I'm trying to do is say that this is what the claim was.
I think we all
And I
know
was asked
exactly
to
what
come
the claim
defend
says,
against
but- and
that.
that's why you're here tonight to
To
get in
state
compliance.
that I don't believe that's a good claim. And other people do believe it's a good claim. But what I'm saying is, look, I'm not the smartest guy in the world,
And I'm
that's
not
for
neither.
sure. But I will tell you this, I have built 680,000 square feet facilities in the Baja Desert. I have built bridges over 150 feet over creeks. In Papua New Guinea, I have built in
Sir,
the
what-
New
what-
England
what do
states,
that
I
have
have
to do
built
with
here,
the
so I
building
have a
down here,
little bit of
downtown?
knowledge of what's going
What do they
on.
have to do with the building downtown here?
It's about the knowledge, and what I'm saying is, if I say I don't believe it's in imminent danger of falling, I think that carries some weight, and I'm just asking if anybody, for this one item, there's 10 more items here. For this one item, I'm asking if anybody in the room has knowledge different from that. Not supposition, but something they can back up with credentials.
Sir, for number one, you don't have a roof on the building. They're telling you west of your building, you know, a building did collapse. Even north downtown here, right in front of Brookshire, the back part of a building collapsed.
Mhm.
And it was occupied. Your building is not occupied. So you know what happens when it's not occupied, that things happen faster.
So what I'm trying to do is address the specific claims that were made here. I'm not trying to say that there's not problems. I'm not trying to say that we don't need to do something. I'm trying to address these specific
Do
claims.
you want to go one bullet item at a time?
And that's what I'm doing. I'm
Had-
trying to get off of this one.
I
I've got
had
them right here.
I have someone that wants to speak. Is it directed toward the subject? You want to come forward, please, and just state your name and, yes, sir?
Hi, y'all. My name is Jeff Murray. I don't live in the city. I live out in the country, but I own 221 South Railroad Street. I wanted to stay out of this. I guess my question is just what are we considering partial collapse? It wasn't this weekend, it was the last weekend. There was a little boy drawing on sidewalk chalk on the sidewalk at McAlpine Street, right where a piece of plaster had fallen off. And several of us had driven by it. So I'm not saying that's a building collapse, but what is the minimum problem that can happen? That's really all I want to point out.
And farther down in the list of these items, it addresses the plaster. What we're addressing right now is the structural walls. We're talking about the building collapse, not a piece of stucco falling off.
The problem is that in aggregate, there's enough things wrong here that we need to do something about the building.
I agree, sir. I am not here to
And
say we
this
don't
all-
need to do
and
something.
this all seems to be contingent on you getting the bank loan. The timeline here lists the bank loan by 7/1/2026. What happens if you don't get the bank loan?
My plan is to get that done, pay cost out of pocket, which I don't want to do, but, or, as I said last time, sell it to somebody who can. The buildings, what I'm trying to demonstrate here is that, if we can do this way, if you'll allow me to do it, address the specific claims, not the other stuff. Because if there's other stuff, believe me, I want this thing done more than y'all do. It's been a difficult thing for me and I want it done. But I can only do what I can do.
Understood.
But what I'm trying to do is address the claims that were made against, whether it's against me, my son, my building, it's irrelevant. The claims that were made, I would like to address each one of those and make sure that, not that we don't have some things to do, not that we don't have some work to do, not that the buildings are not ugly, not that we don't need to repair them, not that they're historic to Navasota and we should repair them, not any of that, because none of that was put in this claim. They made very specific claims. And that's what I would like. And I'm not making y'all the bad guy. You probably have never even read this.
Oh, trust me, I have.
You read the code?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, then I guess my question would be, do you believe that building is in imminent danger of collapsing?
Yes.
And
Yes,
why would
sure
you
does.
believe that?
It doesn't have a roof on it. It doesn't have walls.
Well,
on
actually, building 201 does have a roof
it.
on it.
Doesn't have a floor in it. on, my
No,
brother.
because I took the floor out because it was rotten and it was dangerous.
Well, it's dangerous the way it is right now.
The dirt floor?
Yes.
Mr. Lester and Mr. Harris, I appreciate having the dialogue. I don't know that we're going to see the same thing. I think that you're hearing some feedback that there is some concern with this. Number one, I would say that we have pictures of a partial collapse with rock on the floor in the building that was submitted, I believe, to you as part of the report. So is that a partial collapse? I don't know how you define a partial collapse or it's a full collapse, but when you think about kids being on the property or on the sidewalk and potentially this happens, I feel like that we probably have some need to do something about it, and we can belabor.
We do.
Okay.
I agree.
All right. Well, so let's move on to number two. I think that unless Ms. Richardson has a comment that she'd like to.
Yeah, and I just would like to point out, just so we're all clear as we go point by point, that it is not cumulative, that there is no requirement that the city check all 10 of these boxes, that merely checking one of the 10 is sufficient for the building to be deemed substandard, and for the council to determine that it needs to be demolished or repaired.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm Deborah Richardson, 1202 Lane Street here in Navasota. And what I was going to address was basically what council just said. Why is it necessary to go point by point by point? The issue is it, is it a danger? Is it an eyesore? It's not, even if you couldn't prove every single one, even if you went down and tried to list, I understand what you're doing, but I don't think that should change the fact of what the building is. Okay, you can go down. So I would just say that is just, in my opinion, almost a waste of time for what you have to make what you have to decide. Thank you.
What I would like to point out is that in the claim that it's substandard, the 10 points, not one of them mentions that it's ugly and an eyesore.
That is not part of your city code. That might be an opinion, and it's a wonderful opinion, and I agree with it, but it's not a violation of the code. It's something we need to address, and I want to address, and I'm trying to address. But that's why I want to go, and I disagree. I do agree with the gentleman that says, find one item that you're in violation of, and it's not cumulative. I agree. I don't think there's one in here, and that's why I want to point out each one of them. The building or structure was constructed or maintained in violation of any provision of the city's minimum building standards or any other applicable ordinance or law of the city, state, or federal government. It wasn't. It was built in 1890. I'm assuming it was built legally. I have no way of knowing, and y'all do not either. I have not done anything without a permit, and that's what this is saying. It was built without a permit. It was not. So this item 2 is just simply not relevant here.
Lupe, can you address that?
Sir?
Can Lupe address that?
Well, sure.
Yeah.
No, please go, Lupe. Please go.
I just want to quickly address point 1 and 2. Point 1, as Luke said, this is not cumulative. It's one item is sufficient to declare it substandard. The building or structures is liable to partially or fully collapse. I think we all saw that 2 weeks ago, where pieces of mortar, the plywood, and other building material are collapsing and falling onto the public sidewalk. Staff, we don't have a on-staff engineer that can determine, is it going to collapse tomorrow? Is it going to collapse next year? But there is sufficient evidence of cracking on the stucco, that it, even on the rear side, there's some buckling of the stucco. The stucco doesn't move that way unless there's something significantly wrong with the building. We're not saying it's going to collapse again this week, but there is a danger of it collapsing. And based on what has happened last weekend and what happened again this weekend, we think that it meets that criteria. Item number 2, the building or structure was constructed or maintained in violation of any provision of the city's minimum building standards. It's not when the building was constructed, it's how it is sitting today. The building does not have potable water. The building does not have sanitary sewer. The building doesn't have a roof or a rear wall. And so, we're not going to list every item out because there's a lot, and I'm not an architect, and it'd be a very long list of things that are not meeting today's standard. And that's really what it's meant for. It's not when the building was constructed, it's how the building is sitting today. And obviously, there's one that's worse than the other. The one that doesn't have a roof is worse than 201. But they both have a long laundry list of items that are not in current standard today.
What I want to say is that item 2 has absolutely nothing to do with current code. It has to do with, was the building built legally? That's what it says, folks. The building or structure was constructed or maintained in violation of any provision of the city's minimum building standards. It was not, at least not that I know of. Like I said, it was built in 1890.
Unless it's constructed or maintained.
That's right. And maintain means, have I gone and done something to change it without permission? I went and did demolition. I went to the city. I got a permit. I did it legally. So number 2 is simply not applicable. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that the building is maintained good. I'm saying it was not, there was nothing done in violation of the city's minimum standards. I didn't do anything in violation of anything. That's what I'm saying.
Mr. Bearden, you have a comment?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Bert Bearden. I'm at 7904 Putter Place Court here in Navasota. I wanted to say, I'll be honest with you, I've seen this building. I've walked past it. I've always wanted to see it restored. It would be so nice to have that happen. But, the other day I got to go to the market event that was held there on Railroad Street. Great event. But I watched as kids were playing under this building. I watched as people are walking by that building. And I've also sadly watched it deteriorate over the last number of years. It's not gotten better. It's gotten worse. And just from a public access safety standpoint, it's my opinion that some urgent action needs to be taken to either stabilize it or remove the hazard. And so as much as I would love to see you restore that, I think this council in the city is exactly right on the money in trying to get this fixed or removed. And so, I would encourage you to be very firm in the direction you take. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I would say that I agree with you. I have no disagreement with any of this, folks, except that item number 2, we're not in violation of that.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Let's agree to disagree on that and move on to number 3.
Well, how can we disagree with it? It hasn't happened. We did not do anything without a permit. That's what it says. Number 3.
The issue is still, where are we going to go from here?
Well, I hope where we go is that we get to a point where we can do this in a better manner. Folks, I didn't
agree that
need.
it can't stay the way it is?
Oh, I absolutely agree, sir.
Good.
I can't afford to keep it the way it is. I'm not going to sit there and pay taxes on it and interest on the money, and I got $600,000 invested in it. Why would I sit there and just let it deteriorate? It's illogical. I'm doing everything I can do.
So we're in agreement that something needs to be done with it.
Absolutely.
So the issue right now is, can we get it done? Either we get it done one way or we get it done the other way.
Get it done one way or we get
And
it
to
done
sit
the
and
other.
argue about whether these points are valid or not is a waste of our time.
Well, sir, you are the one that asked me to come down here and do this.
We asked you.
You asked me to come down and
we
defend
asked you
against
for a
these
solution.
accusations.
We asked for a solution and we're not getting a solution.
Wait till you come back with the plan.
We're getting arguments.
I've given you a plan. Here's what I'm asking.
All
Let
right.
me, I can make it quicker. I'll go down every one of these. There's one of them that actually might be a violation. The pigeon shit in the building. It's a danger. The only thing is, nobody can get in the building because it's all boarded up. They would have to break into it for it to be a danger. That's the only item here that is really a violation, that if I had to stand flat-footed in front of a judge and a jury, that I would say, maybe. But guess what, folks? Right over your head, you got the same problem in the bell tower. We have pigeons, and they poot. And their poot can be a hazard. So that's what I was asking when I came here, and I said, be specific and I'll fix anything. I can fix that. There is no plaster falling. I'll tell you why I know this. Because I got up on a ladder myself and I reached up there, and anything I could pull off, I pulled off. And there was some that came off. And I pulled it down. I was afraid to do it because it's kind of high, but it had to be done. So I reached up there, I pulled it down, and we have gone and remortared the block that was exposed so that it doesn't get any further deterioration. That's done. Hi there, how are you?
Hi, how are you? My name is Lisa Wells. I'm at 117 Hillside, and I'm just going to read something. A code violation is an act of breaking or not obeying a established set of rules, regulations, or ordinance, mostly common referring to property maintenance, safety, zoning, or constructions, standards set by a local government. What I want to say, Mr. Lester, you said that you have the funds. You don't really want to go into it. But we all have agreed here, living in the city, the council, that the building needs to be fixed. Now, either you can take your money and fix it and still get your loan, pay yourself back, but it needs to be taken care of. And from my understanding here, what they said, the plaster or something fell, there was a kid. What if that kid had gotten hit? What if damage would have been caused? It would have cost you probably a whole lot more than what it is to fix the building. So I think, meet the council. We want to see the building fixed. You do agree that it needs to be fixed. And I think that's something we all are agreeing on. So moving forward, I think you probably just should fix it, or they're probably going to tear it down. And they're trying to give you a decision and a choice to make it right.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think if you have the funds, fix the building.
Well, it's not that simple, but I
Thank
wish
you,
it
Ms.
was.
Dunn.
I would say, again, y'all asked me to come defend against these things. If you're asking me not to now, that's okay too. I'm here. I will come here with the phone call. I'll come here any day of the week that I'm able to get here. I will answer any questions. I will deliver schedules. I'll tell you my personal things that we don't typically like sharing with people, but it's part of this project. There's nothing I won't do to cooperate and to get that done that's within my capability to do. So if we're now saying, Mr. Lester, you don't have to defend this stuff. Don't read that stuff to us. It's a waste of our time. Then so be it. I won't read it. But what I'm telling you is and this lady's saying she read the ordinance. I can't recite it, but basically following the rules, right? So I'm following the rules. Maybe we don't like the rules. Maybe the rules aren't stringent enough. Maybe we want to slip a little opinion in there to go with it so we can get things done. Folks, it's not necessary. I want to follow the rules. I am following the rules. I want to do more than that. I'm not argumentative. I'm simply doing what you folks asked us. Now, I believe I can follow that program there.
I see
Lucky
this
for
as a
me.
high-traffic area.
Ma'am?
I see this as a high-traffic area, you know, a lot of walking traffic, and, you know, the instant one child is hurt or one child dies, not even a child, an adult, anybody is injured or dies from anything related to those buildings, you won't have a shirt to wear anymore, and probably the city won't either.
Well,
And so I'm very concerned about that.
I get that. And as I said, I've built all over the world, and I've had to deal with some things that are very unpleasant. You know, unfortunately, I mean, just recently, I had to pull a boy out from under a roller, a big roller that rolled off on him. Somehow, by the grace of God, that boy lived. But I have had to load men in my pickup truck and haul them out dead. It is not fun. Construction is a dangerous activity, even under the safest conditions. I don't care what anybody says.
Mr. Vaughn, you've got a comment?
Yeah, Mac Vaughn, Teague Street. You know, I understand what you're saying. I also understand what they're doing here. I also have been in every city council meeting. And I really don't give a rat's about those things. I care about human life. I care about damage to property. I care about getting something done. Don't pay lip service. Let's see a little action. That's what they're trying to pull from you. And you know, this whole thing, we've been through something like this before. And look at Bert's building. He wasn't planning on that wall falling out, but he was immediately on it and got it fixed and kept people away from it.
Mm-hmm.
So after somebody gets killed, what are you going to do? Well, stay away from it. No, the city wants some action. They want to see some action on what you're doing and not a bunch of lip service. I'm
Okay.
sorry, but that's the only way I can say it.
Okay, so that's fine. I got no.
Okay.
Trust me. I think I know who you are. I do, because I've just watched you here. I want to let you know.
Uh-oh.
I am not a heartless,
I know
I'm
that.
a God-fearing Christian man. I don't want anybody to get hurt any more than you do.
Right.
That's not what this is about. And maybe it is what it's about. But what I'm trying to say is, let me do it. Help me do it if you can. I don't know what that would be. But there's a difference to me. There's a huge difference between doing a ride-along with the cop and seeing all the stuff that goes on out there and being in the back seat in handcuffs. Right now, I'm in handcuffs, and I don't think I've done anything to deserve that. I believe what I want to do is get those buildings fixed, and like I said, I'll either do it or I'll sell. I was approached yesterday by a couple from Navasota that wants to buy them. I get approached all the time, and if that is what has to happen, so be it.
Can you excuse me for 1 second?
Yeah.
Luke, can you give us some option here, what we need to do?
Yes, yeah. So I think it's fair to say that Mr. Lester can test all 10 of those points, and we can take that under advisement, and we don't have to go point by point. This public hearing is an opportunity for the council to hear the evidence that's been presented by staff, the detailed report that they provided you, to hear Mr. Lester say he disagrees with that report and has provided you a plan of how he would like to fix that building. At this point, the council has the opportunity to determine a couple of things. One, whether the building is substandard based on the evidence you have been presented in that report. If you make that determination, again, just one of those 10 needs to be met in order to make that determination. If you make that determination, you can deem the building be demolished as it sits today. You can choose to allow for the building to be repaired. For that repair to be given longer than 90 days, the ordinance requires that Mr. Lester has provided a detailed timeline, like a detailed schedule of the work and why it cannot be completed within 90 days. And then it would require, if you choose to allow him based on this plan, which I do think meets that standard, longer than 90 days to repair it, that he would come back at each of those milestones and show they've been completed. So ordered demolished today, ordered repaired in some time frame, could be the time frame he has provided you, or could order it repaired in accordance with that time frame. And if it is not, if any of those milestones are not met, the city would then have the ability to come in and demolish the structure at that time. You could give him the ability to operate on that, but if one of those is not met, the city is not required. Part of, I think, what I heard was that this is a plan, but part of this plan might be a contingent plan on some things happening. The plan presented to you needs to be able to be adopted tonight in order for us to be able to hold to those timelines. That's what the ordinance would say, that a plan needs to be presented showing when the work will be completed. Those are the options before you. You can allow repair, you can require it to be demolished as it says.
Can we set it up so this, because this is all contingent on him getting the loan, we set it up on that, like, do what we did last time and suspend the hearing until the next scheduled meeting type thing, and at which time he will have the loan or not have the loan, and then we have a different problem.
Well, his dates are based on the 7/1 possible loan approval.
But how long have you been working on, acquiring a loan?
Well, actually, we had a loan. We had it, we actually had a $2 million line of credit, which started the project. We did the demolition. We finished, almost finished our plans. And unfortunately, the company that provided the line of credit was one of these institutional type companies. It wasn't a regular bank, and they folded and left us with our money invested and without the money to finish. So it created a lot of problems for us. And that came at a time when COVID and interest rates were shooting up and banks just,
So that's
didn't do
been
it.
going on
And I didn't know what I was doing, honestly. I'm a builder. I'm not a
2020,
financer.
so are you
So
saying
it's
that
been
was
2 years that I've been fighting this, but finally we figured out how to do it. We got with a bank that loves Navasota. It's, for everybody knows, City Bank in Bryan, City with a Y, great people. That doesn't mean they're going to do it. They have to, they're trying to do it. They're very positive about it. I have other people that have stepped up and said they're interested. I've had people go right to closing and then find some little thing about percentage of commercial versus residential that didn't meet their guidelines and stop. It's not an easy thing. And that's the problems that I've had. It's not because we're not credit worthy. And I don't think it's because people don't love our project. There's just rules with every single one of them. And you have to go through 20 or 30 of them, and it's frustrating. And we're doing it. I hope I've got it done. Lucky for us, today, I got a message that a gentleman just signed an $8 million contract with us. So that gives us a little additional cash flow that I could just start putting in those buildings. Now, is that going to get them done on that timeline? Maybe. It's going to be a fight. But we have another problem, folks. Put yourself in a lender's shoes. Yeah, I'm going to loan you a couple of $1 million, Mr. Lester, for that building. And if I'm honest with them and I tell them what's going on here, I'll say, yeah, we could get halfway into it and I could have, $750,000 of your money in it, and the city council send a bulldozer over there and bulldoze it down. I have to tell them up front. Unfortunately, honesty doesn't get you across the finish line a lot of times, but that's what I would do. So how do I do that? How do I do that without some rules that if you do this, we're going to do that. And if you don't do this, we're not going to do that. And that's why I am not giving lip service when I try to follow the rules, because this is something I can hang my hat on. And that's what I'm saying, that why do we need this threat that is just hurting everybody when I'm already trying to do it? And if you tell me we're not going to give you another day, then you're not going to give me another day. I take the next step, whatever that may be.
Okay, I think you're going to find out shortly what we'll do. Mac, do you have something else?
Yeah, and I go back to these rules that you were going down. What the city wants and what we want as citizens here is to see an action plan. Okay, I'm going to get this done. I'm going to put up structure to make sure it's safe for other things while we work around it. But,
the first two items on this plan, I'll read them to you: replace and resecure fallen plywood.
Okay.
Also,
It's already done.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, you
This
know
is
how
the
much
plan.
rain we had and how this limestone and the mortar is there washing down through that? You have no idea.
Yeah, I would just remind everyone that it is a public hearing and that comments are intended to be addressed to the council, as this is for the council's education.
Yeah, I hear this and I share their opinion too, is we need to see some specific actions, period. And the bank or any financial system would expect the same thing.
Pastor, please direct your comments to us.
Oh, okay.
What I'm asking y'all to do is, number one, let me work my plan. Just be flexible in such a way that I can give this every shot in the world to do it. That's number one. Number two, I'm asking you at some point, you got to drop, you don't have to, but would ask you to drop this case talking about tearing down those buildings. If we've borrowed money and we're doing the construction and we've got a permit to do it, why would we be talking about that? Why would that continue? And maybe that's a discussion for another day, but that's what I'm asking. Let me work the plan. I'm trying, and if I can't, I will come to you and say, I can't do it. We got to do something else.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to close the public hearing at 7:52. Consideration of possible action on order to demolish the substandard building at 201 and 203 Railroad Street, Navasota, Texas.
Mayor and council, I'd like to make an offer, just a staff recommendation at this point after hearing the public hearing, and you all saw that staff gave the property owner an opportunity to come and present you all with a plan. I think we heard evidence during the public hearing that the property owner is unwilling to commit to a firm plan that has milestones that he intends to meet, that we can assess based on the order that was put before you. I think based on that failure, the staff's recommendation is that you order the building a nuisance and order it demolished within the next 30 days.
Mr. Lester,
May I clarify one thing real quick? I'm not the building owner.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Well, let me, you said something about let you work your plan.
Yes, sir.
I have said up here on this dais numerous times that landowners, homeowners have come before us, and we have done the same thing to them. And if every person that come before us tells us, let me work my plan, what would this town look like? What would this community look like? You don't live here. You live in Belleville, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're coming here telling us that you've got a building here that you want to work on, but you can't give us a time frame. We're trying to clean up the city. Everything down on Railroad Street is looking beautiful, except one thing. Well, matter of fact, two things. The Railroad Depot and the building that we're talking about tonight.
Yes, sir.
Our job as a council here is to make for sure that we set goals and policies that the community have to follow. And we can't, just because you're asking us to do this for you, we can't extend, I'm gonna use the word privilege. We can't extend your privilege to tell us that you're gonna do this, but in reality, you're not really giving us a good time frame. As I'm reading this here form here that you gave us, replacing and recure fallen plywood, that's done. Remove loose stucco and replace and avoid structure. Is that done or not
Yes,
done?
sir.
That's done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Secure construction loan.
That's not done.
So how long will it, are you anticipating on that will take you?
It could be 30 days. It could be 60. It's something that I cannot control. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying that and you say I don't live here, I don't, but I've got a lot of money invested here and I don't have a lot of money. I'm not talking about I got Googles of money and I've got some of it here. I got everything I've got invested in those buildings. That's it. And I mean, you tear them down and it cost me $600,000. And that's it for me. This is not fluff, guys. This is not extra money. This is not something I was anticipating. It's something I'm working very hard. And I will say to you, because I know the numbers, because I know what all the bankers think, you're standing in front of your best chance of getting those buildings restored.
No, sir.
It's not.
It's been closed.
Well, I would love to see the building repaired, but when you can't give us a time frame, that makes it awful hard.
I'm asking you to give me 90 days.
Sir, you've owned it.
So the public hearing is closed. I'll entertain a motion if somebody wants to have a motion. One of the three options that council's recommended.
Well, we can still discuss this in council, the council.
I think if council wants to, yes, sir.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing here this
But I have a feeling we were getting some feedback.
To me, the property changed to 135 Railroad LLC in June 27th of 2023. And so that means the property's been owned for 2 years and 11 months. And now we're asking for another year in order to bring it to some sort of safe type of a place. That really concerns me.
May I address that? We're not.
That's assuming a loan is.
I know this is not the here, but we're not asking for a year to bring it to something. We're talking about a year for a finished.
So it's closed.
Okay. Okay.
So we're close to 3 years on it, and then potentially another year. Which really concerns me.
I would like to ask a question before a motion is made here. If we order demolish, that's giving the landowner X amount of time to tear the building down. And if not, the city will come in and tear it down and put a lien against it.
That is correct. Yeah, we would give the property owner 30 days to demolish that structure. If they did not, then the city would have the right, based on state law and the city's ordinances, to come in and demolish that structure and then to place a lien on the property for the cost of that demolition and removal.
This timeline that we were given is contingent on the loan closing by 7/1/26. I'd like to give them until that time to get the loan closed. If the loan closed, then it's an easy situation. It's an easy call.
So if I'm hearing you right, you're saying that you would like to give him till July 1st?
July 1st to get the loan type thing and put this into action.
You said loan closed, not just a verbal.
Secured.
You would want the whole loan closed.
Yeah. Put this into action, and if it doesn't, then all bets are off.
Mayor and council, just one thing that the staff did discuss with legal counsel today is, according to the timeline that you were given, it does at least somewhat appear that the secure construction loan is an action item on this list of action items. You could consider that the first action item that would happen on or before July 1st of 2026. And if it does not, then that would be a default to the plan. We didn't hear a commitment that this plan would be followed, but that it was contingent on that loan. Our thought as staff is simply make that the first action item. And if it doesn't happen, then it defaults and it goes into default based on the order that was prepared and in your packet, if that's the direction you all would like to go.
I think that's kind of what we asked for this, for the continuation, was to come back with a plan so that we could say yay or nay on the plan.
Correct.
And I think that makes sense. Just hopefully that July 1st deadline happens.
July 1st.
Do we need to take any kind of action, or can this just be directed to staff to notify?
You'd be adopting the order.
Yeah, so what you would do would be to go ahead and adopt the order. It would actually be to allow him, based on what the city manager has just described.
Order to repair.
Yeah, you could order to repair in accordance with this schedule. The first milestone that has to be met on that schedule is the construction loan. If it is not secured by July 1st, then the second part of that order would be, as a default, it would need to be demolished. So giving him the opportunity to repair in accordance with these timelines and milestones that he's given us. If the loan is not brought to us by July 1st, then under that order that you would adopt tonight, he would have 30 days to demolish. If he does not, the city would have the right to come in. We would not need to go back through all of this again at a future date.
So move.
I move we do an order to repair, with his July 1st, based on the July 1st as the first action to be a loan to be approved.
And in accordance with the timeline he's presented.
And in accordance with the timeline provided, it goes out to 7/15/27.
I think there was a request from staff to have one for 201 and one for 203. Was that your request?
Correct. On the timeline itself, a lot of these milestones don't specify if it's for 201 or 203. So I think included in that motion to work with the landowner to specify, if that's.
Is there any way to, add a fence around this whole thing? You know, again, to keep, the safety of our community in mind?
Yes, so the council can order it be secured. Sorry, I want to make sure that you're able to finish, if we've got an active motion.
Okay,
You can finish that.
I'll-
But yes, you could order as a part of that it be secured.
I'll amend that the address be, what was that?
201 and 203.
Milestones are
201 and
clarified.
203, and then that it be secured with fencing within
30 days.
30 days. And the fencing be away from the building to
Second.
protection.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, making sure we, identify what kind of fencing.
My motion would be, the metal, what's it called?
Cyclone.
The cyclone type fence.
Same thing we had over here at,
Yeah, like you have for events.
Davis Auto Supply.
That,
Second.
Mr. Gessner.
Good evening,
okay?
Mayor, members
Yes,
of
sir.
council, Nick Kosky, building official, City of Navasota. My recommendation would be to use construction fencing, would be 6-foot chain link to secure the area while this is taking place, if that would help out.
Okay. It's amended as a 6-foot chain link fence.
Okay, second.
I have a motion by Mr. Miller and a second by Mr. Gessner. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, item carries. I voted aye as well.
You forgot.
I put it in my head. Item number 11, conduct a public hearing for the purpose of receiving public comment and testimony regarding amending Chapter 14 zoning, Exhibit A zoning ordinance, Article 11B1, General Business District, 11.4, Development and Design Standards, Article 12B2, General Business District, Single Structure Uses over 50,000 square feet, 12.4, Development and Design Standards, and Article 13, CBD District, Business District, 13.4 Development and Design Standards related to the drive-through design standards of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Navasota, initiated by the Planning and Zoning Commission. We'll open a public hearing at 8:06.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, this item is related to amending, as you read, the B1, B2, and CBD development standards for drive-through projects that include a drive-through. The proposed amendment requires new drive-through developments to include a secondary bypass lane to allow vehicles to exit the stacking queue before reaching the drive-through window. Planning and Zoning Commission did hold a public hearing on this particular item also, and they recommended approval of the ordinance as presented. And staff recommends approval of the ordinance as presented. And if y'all have any questions, I know legal counsel did review the ordinance. I don't think there was, maybe there was one or two legalese corrections, but overall the intent and spirit of the ordinance is as presented to planning and zoning.
And just as a comment for me, this actually happened to me and my family, where we were stuck in a drive-through and my kids stopped breathing. So I understand the importance. It is real. And so I'm glad that we're looking at it. I did have a question about number 11, exceptions to or deviation from the standard may be approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Is there any reason that specific wording is in there? Because I feel like that going to, is it because P&Z has put this forward versus Board of Adjustment? Because I feel like with all of our ordinance, there's always some option to
The variance, apply for a variance.
I have a variance, yeah.
Yes, the reason that was incorporated for planning and zoning discretion is because new developments, planning and zoning will have to take action on the site plan. because of the downtown specifically, that language wasn't included in B1 or B2. It's only in the central business district, which is downtown. The idea was if a project comes before planning and zoning, and downtown is very dense, there's not a lot of available land. And so if there is a scenario where maybe a slight deviation of the standard could be met, that could be considered holistically as the site plan is presented to planning and zoning, versus getting a variance from the ZBOA, which it could go either direction. This was just a way to kind of make sure it's a little bit more streamlined process. They're already considering the overall layout and design. And so just to have an opportunity to have a little bit of discretion there without a formal ZBOA hearing and action.
And then my other question or comment was the place that this happened to me had 2 drive-through lanes, and the third lane was not a lane but a curb. And so I still would like us to take that into consideration when doing a site plan, that a curb on that second lane, if we ever were to get there, would be important that it's a rollover curb, or at least that there's it's not like at at another place here in town where, it's a 6-foot drop to the ground. So I don't know if that needs to be addressed here, but something for you to tell me if that's where this goes.
Yeah, that question did come up during the planning and zoning public hearing. And the consensus was reached that because we're incorporating this element into our zoning standards, it's almost like a big flag that says, if you're developing a drive-through, safety is of high priority. And it's hard to draft an ordinance exactly to work in every scenario, but I think this at least sets the stage for any new developer coming in to see that they're going to take into account that. And obviously it'll now be part of that review checklist. So if it means a rollover curve, if there's limited land space, all those things will be considered now.
Perfect, thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to this item?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for your earlier comments in this county. Thank you for your earlier comments related to this item.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance
We have-
1082.
Close the hearing first. Close the hearing at 8:10 p.m.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance number 1082-26.
I'll second. I have a motion for Mr. Gessner, a second for Mr. Bulls. Any further discussion? All in favor? Say
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, item carried. Item number 12, conduct a public hearing for the purpose of receiving public comment and testimony regarding amending Chapter 10 subdivision regulation, Article 10.02, subdivision ordinance, Exhibit 10A, subdivision development, Article 7, requirements for improvements, reservations, and design related to requirements for parkland dedication and fee methodology of the Code of Ordinance of the City of Navasota, Grimes County, Texas, initiated with the Planning and Zoning Commission. Public hearing will open at 8:11.
Mayor, Council, this item is related again to updating our current parkland dedication and fee methodology requirements. Planning and Zoning held a workshop initially to discuss Burdett's recommendation from our Parks and Recreation Master Plan. They reached a consensus to move forward on the official amendments. And so tonight you have before you the final revised ordinance from legal counsel, where Planning and Zoning did vote to recommend approval as presented. Just some big highlights of the proposed ordinance. It does significantly increase our parkland dedication fees. They were pretty outdated, especially with construction costs as they are today. It also allows for credit of HOA provided parkland and open space. Our current ordinance didn't contemplate that, and this does. It also sets a cap on any land dedicated that's in the floodplain or drainage ways. And so there's just some pretty much in line with all of Burdett's recommendations is incorporated into this draft ordinance.
So, Lupe, to make for sure I'm reading this here right, if there's a subdivision that's being developed, each home will pay $729 fee in lieu of.
So the fee in lieu of, the way it's set up is at the time of development, when that developer is approaching the city and is presenting that plat to Planning and Zoning, If that developer chooses not to build a park, either HOA run or for the city to own in the future, the developer can choose to pay that fee ahead of the development. And so what it is $729 per lot is for the land fee. And then there's a $1,417 fee for park development fee. And so each home or each lot will be subject to that fee. So if it's a 100 lot subdivision without a park, they're not providing HOA park, or they're not giving the city a park, then they have to pay both of those fees total for each lot. But the homeowner,
Expensive, huh?
it's
$2,900?
yes, that's correct. And we're pretty much right in line with most cities now, whereas before we were significantly lower. And this is also taken into account a 90% reduction. So Burdett did the study. They went out and looked at all the construction estimates and said, how much does it cost to develop 1 acre of parkland in Texas? And the total was roughly $500,000. And so you divide that $500,000 by the 35 dwellings that you require for 1 acre of park, and it was actually supposed to be around $14,000. But if the city charged that much, we probably wouldn't get a lot of interest from developers, because that is a significant fee. And so a 90% reduction has been included in here to make us a little bit competitive. You know, we'll probably fall somewhere in the middle. We're not the cheapest and we're not the highest, but we're about average.
I think one of the questions was if this was adopted, when does it start? So I think that there was a question about, was it with anybody that already has a plat filed, or? So you were going to come back with an answer to planning and zoning. Do you have that answer?
Yes, it comes down to vesting rights at the time of application. This ordinance is being passed today on hopefully May 11th. Any applications received before today that would be subject to this requirement, they would have to conform to the current standards that are in effect today, if that's
correct.
Yeah.
Will the acquisition fees and the development fees be kept separate, or are they pooled, or are they separate?
Well, technically they're separate fees, because the land fee is going to be calculated every year just to keep updated based on land costs. But they're separate, but they'll be applied for, on each lot if the developer chooses to not do an HOA park or a city park.
I was wondering on the back end on the usage.
Oh, on the usage, just one park fee, one park fund fee, or fee in lieu of, and those fees can be expended in the entire city, because this ordinance also updates our service area to be Navasota.
All right. This didn't address the skate park at all, did it?
No, sir.
Any other comments? Close the public hearing at 8:17 p.m.
I'll move to approve ordinance 1083-26.
Second.
I have a question here. What does CPTED stand for? Safety and visibility. They're talking about clear sight lines and CPTED principles.
Just a quick Google search, Mayor and Council says that's the crime prevention through environmental design. It's a standard that is used.
Okay. Being able to see around corners.
Thanks, Robert.
Okay.
Mike is nodding his head yes.
All right, so we have a motion by Mr. Miller and a second by Ms. Copeland. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the item carries. Agenda item number 13, consideration and possible action on resolution 833-26, approving the City of Navasota pre-qualified professional engineering services pool in accordance with the RFQ 2026-Q01 designating Blau Engineering as the city's primary general engineering consultant, GEC, authorizing negotiation of a professional services agreement with the designated primary GEC for consideration by the city council at subsequent meetings, and authorizing negotiation of PSAs with other pre-qualified firms as needed for specific assignments for future consideration by the city council.
Mayor, Council, earlier this year, the city issued a request for qualifications of engineering services. The intent behind that RFQ was to establish a pre-qualified list or pool of qualified engineering firms. There were several members of staff that participated in that evaluation. We ranked all the statement of qualifications received, and of course, based on those rankings, we recommend Blau Engineering to serve as the city's primary GEC in accordance with that RFQ, and as well as other firms that are listed in the attached resolution to then be able to be utilized for different services in different categories. For example, KTL is one of the ones listed there tonight, and they have been identified as probably the firm that would be ideal for our street project, and they're listed in this resolution. And so if this resolution is approved tonight, then in the future we can go back to that list depending on the scope or project and which firm is best qualified for that specific scope to then recommend approval. And it saves a little bit of time on having to do an RFQ every time we need a specific project. That was another.
Not picking one of them at this time. It's having that list of.
Yes, sir.
choices.
That's correct.
I do have a question here, since you're trying to make Blau Engineer the primary engineer service. I do have a question. I attended one of the P&Z meetings there, and it's a question came up, and a representative from Blau Engineer got up and answered that question. So is it a conflict? I guess this would be an attorney question. Is it a conflict of the new subdivision up at Stone Ridge? Blau Engineer is the engineer there and representing the city also.
Yeah, so engineering firms are not subject to the same type of restrictions that, say, attorneys would be, where that would be a conflict under our ethical rules. It is not a legal conflict in any way. It is really just at the discretion of the city as to whether you desire to allow that to happen, but it is not a legal conflict.
Mayor and Council, just to add on to that, that exact conflict was a contributing reason of one of the reasons we wanted to have this pool, so that if a conflict does arise, and for instance, Blau is working for a developer, the Stone Ridge subdivision is a good example. They're not the ones that are looking at that. They would be the primary, but we can go to them. We can go to the secondary or tertiary if we had to, if there's a conflict exists, or we need to separate that out to protect the city's interests. And so that was one of the reasons we wanted to have a pre-qualified pool, so that if something comes up and there's a conflict where an engineering firm already is working for a developer, we can quickly just pivot over, pick the second one or the third one that we already have a contract with, and let them pick up that those services for that particular development or whatever the project is. So that is exactly one of the discussions that was had by staff, and what we hope to gain by having this pre-qualified list.
I have a question though, and it's really from my own learning.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I asked Luke and Robert, what is the city's responsibility as far as minority contracting? You know, and I asked that question from working, you know, in a big organization that was responsible to the city of Dallas. And that organization had to, you know, seek and learn about and honor, or even, you know, put into a format to score many different minority contracts. You know, women's contracts, Hispanic, you know, people, all sorts of people. And so where do we fall in that? What's our responsibility here in the city of Navasota to evaluate and look at the potential for minority contracts?
So I'll give kind of a quick answer, and then I'll let Luke give the legal. answer, because there are some state laws that have recently changed that govern that. There are also federal procurement requirements, and one thing to cover really quickly is this RFQ and this procurement and these pre-qualified engineering firms likely would not satisfy the procurement requirements when we have federal grant funds, because there is a whole different 2 CFR 200 component that we have to find that has specific solicitation to minority-owned and historically underutilized businesses that we have to make sure that we send solicitation to them. We keep a list of those, as well as with regard to our own purchasing, our purchasing policy that the council adopted 2 meetings ago, I think, recently, does cover that as well. So we do make sure that we solicit, we send it out. Nothing says that we would have to hire a minority-owned business, but we have to at least solicit them and give them a fair opportunity to compete for the business. And so with this RFQ and with every RFP and RFQ that we do, the staff is trained and knows how to make sure that we're soliciting to give those business entities a fair opportunity. Luke, did I leave anything out from a?
No, that was comprehensive. I would just tell you that the state has actually moved away from some of those requirements.
Is that right?
And lessened those recently. But yes, no, that was a comprehensive response.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve resolution number 833-26.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the item carries. Number 14, consideration of possible action approving resolution 834-26, awarding grant administration services for the 2026 Water Supply and Infrastructure Grant, WSIG, for the Texas Water Development Board. Should you start up?
Mayor, Council, the city again issued a request for proposals for grant administration services for the Water Supply and Infrastructure Grant. A committee was formed. We evaluated 3 proposals, and staff is recommending Langford Community Management Services as the recipient for grant administration services. Judy Langford with the company is here tonight, in case y'all have any questions or want to put a name to a face. We think that they were the most qualified for this particular grant and recommend awarding services.
Are we under some kind of contract right now?
Not with,
Service?
no, sir, not this grant company. So what this resolution would do is authorize us to move forward and get a contract executed for this grant.
Okay. I'm asking the question here in your summary and your recommendation. You've got the submission deadline of April the 28th, 2026. So have we already submitted this?
Oh, the April 28th deadline was Langford's deadline to submit us a proposal for us to evaluate.
Okay.
And they met that deadline, as did 2 other firms.
Okay.
I didn't see the scoring on this.
Okay, good. It's like, did I not attach it? I may have not attached it.
That shows what the criteria is.
Yeah, I don't think we got it.
We had it on one of the other ones, but it didn't see it on this.
I think you're right, Councilmember. I think it was not attached. I do have it.
Maybe I was
in case y'all have a
thinking of the
question.
other one.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit more about the grant, how long it is.
So the grant is for water infrastructure projects, current capacity or expansion. And it is up to $10 million based on our population with no local match. So it's a.
So Mayor and Council, this is a relatively unique for the Texas Water Development Board. You all may be familiar with how they very oftentimes have funds that they will grant to cities at a low interest loan, but it's not a grant per se. This is the first time that I'm aware, and the law that created this says that it is a one-time opportunity for cities to acquire water rights and to develop water supply infrastructure to serve the areas or potential new areas. And so it is a one-time opportunity for us, which is one of the reasons we felt like didn't want to miss that opportunity. If it is, and it is for cities with a population less than 25,000, no, less than 10,000, it was up to $10 million. We looked to try to see if we could get 10,001 population real quick to open ourselves up to more money, but we weren't able to. But $10 million would do a lot for our water infrastructure. And so we certainly hope to work very closely with the grant administrator and put a solid application. It will be a competitive process. So we will make sure that we put the most solid application packet that we can and compete very strongly for those funds.
And if awarded this grant, this $10 million, would that fund, you said infrastructure, so are you saying in town? Or are you, does that mean subdivisions that might be
So the
coming?
likely projects, so we still have to look at some guidance on what the eligible projects are and what the best uses, what would make us the most competitive. It's more about expanding your current water capacity or improving the water quality. So we have a couple different avenues that we do know that we likely need another water well. We also are looking at the ways to move that water in new larger lines because we have some deficiencies on volume. And so looking at all of the eligible projects and making sure that we come up with what serves the whole of our community the best.
You want to give us the scoring?
Yes, sir. So scoring, there was three companies submitted proposals: Public Management, GrantWorks, and Langford. GrantWorks scored 86.4. Public Management scored 91.4, and Langford 93. So it was fairly close across the board, but Langford came out on top based on the committee's evaluations.
I've got another question here, Lupe, if you don't mind. What is this grant gonna cost the city?
It's 100%.
This is 100% with no matching funds.
That's why he said.
Again,
it's
one of the
unheard
reasons it's really enticing.
Water development.
So the ladies that's here, the service is free?
Their services are built into the grant fund, the grant once it's funded.
So it is the cost.
It would come out of the grant money. Their administrative services would.
Percentage of the award.
Just to confirm, there's not an upfront application cost, right?
Okay, what percentage is that if we're?
Hold on, ma'am, can you come over to the podium?
Good evening, council. Judy Langford with Langford Community Management Services. I'm the president and the owner of the company. Our offices are in Liberty Hill, Texas. The answer to the question is it's 4.5% was what was in our proposal to do the administration.
And they were the lowest
4.5% of the awarding grant.
Yeah, that would have been nice if it would have been in the package.
It's in
the package.
It's in there.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't see it there.
It's
Reason I'm asking.
it's in the big book.
It's in the big book? Okay.
It's in the big book.
The very long.
Attachments.
I understand it's in the 700 pages.
Yes,
Trust me, we
something
know.
like that.
Not our 700 pages, though.
I ran out of ink cards, just bring that.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve resolution number 834-26, awarding grant administration services fee for the 2026 water supply and infrastructure grant from the Texas Water Development Board.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Gessner, a second by Mr. Miller. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, item carries. Item number 15, consideration of possible action approving resolution 835-26, awarding grant administration services for the 2026 natural gas distribution infrastructure safety and modernization MGDISM grant program for the U.S. Department of Transportation. Mr. Diaz-Padrón.
Mayor, Council, this is also an RFP was issued for grant administration services, the deadline being April 28th. We received two proposals for grant administration services, one from GrantWorks and the other from Langford. Again, the evaluation committee met, scored both proposals, and Langford came out on top on scoring. And let me share the scoring with you, since that was also not attached in your packet. GrantWorks scored 82.31. We love our decimal points, I guess. And 89, Langford. And this grant is related to gas infrastructure, natural gas infrastructure, upgrading and maintaining our system. And I believe the max is...
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve resolution 835-26, awarding grant administration services for the 2026 natural gas distribution infrastructure safety and modernization grant program from the U.S. Department of Transportation.
I was gonna ask a question, but it's okay. I was just gonna ask, how long is this grant for? And, you know, have we ever had it before? Because the other one sounded like a new grant.
I'm looking at Luke, just to make sure we're not waiting for
Let
a
me,
second.
let me
before we
second,
just-
let me second
There we
for discussion.
Okay.
I'm second.
So, yeah, Mayor and Council, this is, again, it's a one-time grant award. If awarded, it is a competitive program. We did find where the city applied for, in 2023, this grant. It would be to upgrade the regulator stations around town of our natural gas supply. It is also a no matching funds, 100% if funded, competitive grant program through the Department of Transportation. And so we were not funded in 2023. So we were going to kind of maybe make our case a little stronger and try to update that to today's costs and submit again.
Motion by Mr. Gessner, second by Mr. Miller. Any additional comment? No. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the item carries. Item number 16, discussion of fiscal year 2026-2027 budget process.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to give Lupe a second to get over because we've got just a few slides. This one's pretty quick. And you all have a copy of this, so you don't have to hurt your neck turning around. I put a copy of what's going to be on the board at your stations. It's the one that starts with the calendar, the budget calendar. So this is the time of year when we are starting our annual budget process. And this is effectively workshop number one. We're not really going to discuss the details of the budget tonight, but we're going to talk about the process and just kind of review what that budget process looks like for us for the year. You can just click it, Lupe, if you want. It's only the three slides. So you'll see first, we cover just kind of as a reminder and a refresher for everyone or information for any new members on council. We do it in May each year as we start the budget process, but it also coincides with right after our city elections. And so our charter gives some responsibilities to the council and some to staff. And so the council, as a general rule, in all matters relating to city governance, the council establishes policies and priorities. They discuss the proposed budget in an open meeting that's covered in our city charter, Article 8. And they also have the power to levy annually and collect an ad valorem tax on all real, personal, and other property within the corporate limits of the city, also covered in the charter, Article 6. My goodness, I'm getting tongue-tied. I apologize. And so those are what the charter lays out as the responsibilities of city council as regard to the budget responsibilities, and staff. Under the city manager, it says that the city manager acts as the budget officer and prepares and submits to the council an annual budget. That's covered in both our charter as well as the local government code that says when a city has adopted the council manager form of government, the city manager serves as the budget officer, which again is also covered in our charter. And then also it gives a timeline that says annually by August 31st or before the end of our fiscal year, each year that will be submitted to you all. And we've got a timeline that lays that out in a process that we cover all of those things with staff participation, with timelines that make sure that the council does discuss and asks questions and sets those priorities for us as we're developing that. You move on, Lupe. And so the staff involvement started several weeks ago in mid-April with a budget kickoff where myself and the finance director went over some items with the directors and the staff members in each department that help govern or help prepare and monitor their department budgets. Here coming up, starting next week and running through the end of May, myself and the finance director will be meeting individually with the departments to talk about their deliverables that they are going through right now and looking at. They will be looking at what their current fiscal year expenses are likely to be by the end of this fiscal year, giving us an estimate on each line of where they think they will be and what any revenues that their department is responsible for look like for next year, so that we can kind of start getting a picture there. They also allocate what is referred to as their base budget. It's that recurring annual operating budget that they have to just take care of the current service level that they have. This is their opportunity to kind of adjust some things there and to prepare any budget increase requests that they feel like as a department that are warranted or needed to. Again, operating costs go up over the course of time. If they want to maintain the same service level, there might be needs to increase, or they may have come up with a new service that they would like to offer that they do through a budget increase request that gets incorporated into the packet and then makes its way here for discussion and deliberation as to the prioritization schedule. And if there is a new element that is trying to be added, where does that fall in the priority, so that we find out if we're going to have enough money? Because as always, with every city everywhere, we don't have enough money to do everything we'd like to do for our residents. So we have to ultimately make some tough decisions and prioritize things, and some things make the cut and some don't. And then in June, they will submit those requests to the city manager's office and the finance office. And then in late July, after your budget workshops are concluded, but when we're putting the final touches, we will have some individual meetings with them again to take all of the input that we got from council over the budget workshops that we had, and preparing what will ultimately be a final proposed budget that comes to you all for consideration. You can move forward, Lupe. And so the major action dates for the calendar, you have the full calendar there, but this is kind of a summary of the major ones. Tonight we kick off with a process overview. The next three will be our budget workshops. The next one, in the first meeting in June, we will actually start, do our normal workshop, and we will go through reviewing our comprehensive plan, our strategic plan, our capital improvements plan that was recently adopted, finding out where the priorities are, get some input from the council on validation of where the priorities are and what things we feel like are urgently needed to be included in the proposed budget. And again, just trying to get those priorities and get some guidance. And then in July, both meetings, we plan right now to have workshops at both of those meetings so that we can separate out the enterprise funds from the general fund and really give you all ample time to go through them. Last year, I know we tried to do all of those in one night, and it just seemed like a lot to try to get through all of the general fund and the component units and the enterprise funds. It just seemed like we were putting too much in one workshop setting. And so the idea here this year was to separate those out and hopefully be able to go through them and really talk through the details and get some input from you all. And then, like I said on the previous slide, after those workshops are conducted, the staff will just kind of put those final touches on a proposed budget, which will then come to you all on August 10th, which is your first meeting in August. You will, at that meeting, you'll schedule your public hearings for the budget and tax rate. That will has to publish in the newspaper at least 10 days before the public hearing, so that will publish on September 2nd, so that the public hearing can take place on September 14th, the first meeting in September. And then at your second meeting in September is when you would actually adopt the budget and tax rate. And likely there's usually a third action item, which is the ratification of the tax increase, if there is one. It's only on there if it is required. But those are kind of the major milestones. Again, we're not intended tonight to get into the very details of the budget. It's really just to go over that process and to make sure everyone gets an opportunity to see the timeline. And for those that are in attendance or watching, they can see when workshops are going to take place if they are interested and would like to come and attend in person to hear the deliberation of the council on the budget workshops.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any questions? Agenda item number 17, consent agenda. The following items may be acted upon by one motion and a vote. No separate discussion or action is necessary. The consent agenda includes approve the minutes for the month of April 2026, approve the municipal court report March 2026, and approve the expense report for April 2026.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second. A motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, item carries. 18. Be an executive session as permitted by section 1, section 551.072, Texas Government Code, deliberation regarding real property, discussion regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, and/or acquisition of real property for city purposes. 2, the city council will meet in executive session as permitted by the Texas Government Code, section 551.076, deliberation regarding security devices or security audits to deliberate the employment or specific occasions for implementation of the Navasota Police Department law enforcement personnel. Number 3, the city council shall meet in executive session as permitted by section 551.087 Texas Government Code, deliberation regarding the possible offer of financial or other incentives to one or more business prospects that the city of Navasota seeks to have locate, stay, or expand in or near the city, and with which the city is conducting economic development negotiations and associated matters. And number 4, city council shall meet in executive session as permitted by section 551.074 Texas Government Code, personnel matters for the purpose of discussion and deliberation regarding the appointment of an individual to the following office position of the city of Navasota boards and commissions with exercise authority that is more than advisory in nature. Number 1, planning and zoning commissioner position 7, the term ending September 2026, and the time is 8:47.
Got a logo on it.
All right.
That's okay. I'm watching American Idol, so it's fine. We can wait a few more minutes.
American Idol.
Yeah, tonight's the finale.
Reconvene at 9:58 p.m. Agenda item number 20, consideration possible action on the purchase, exchange, lease, and acquisition of real property for city purposes, including but not limited to authorizing the city manager to negotiate, approve, and execute any necessary documentation. No action on agenda item number 20. Agenda item number 21, consideration and possible action on appointments to the City of Navasota boards and commissions. A, Planning and Zoning Commission, position 7, to fill the unexpired term that will end September 2026. And B, Navasota Housing Authority, position 3, to fill the unexpired term that will end September 2026.
Make a motion that we appoint Nancy Vedato, who is currently on the Zoning Board of Adjustment, to the Planning and Zoning Commission, position 7, to fill the unexpired term that will end on September 2026.
Second.
A motion by Dia and a second by Mr. Gessner. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, she is appointed. And then I think on our conversation walking out the door, should appoint someone.
I move that we appoint Mac Vaughn as an interim on the Navasota Housing Authority.
Second.
Promotion by Mr. Gessner to appoint Mac Vaughn to the unexpired term, position number 3. Second by Mr. Harris.
As interim.
As interim. Okay. As interim, is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, item carries. And with that, we are adjourned.